So we're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna pause the stream for a sec, and then we'll get going painting some Death Guard. Pretty cool. I'm just testing something, making sure you guys can actually hear me. Is this working? Can you hear me? Feedback loop. Alright, we're gonna pop back to the splash screen. Okay, I think we are good to go. Let's see, hopefully everything is good. Go ahead and get that swapped on over to what I see. Yummers. So tonight, I'm just gonna be painting some Death Guard. Nothing crazy. I'll be talking as I can, but I'll be more focused on this side of my desk. My computer is over there, and that's where I've got chat. So if I don't respond, that's why. Like, But yeah. So hopefully audio isn't too crazy. I'm going to pull up stream just to make sure audio levels are okay. I know sometimes it gets a little jank. Oh, look, you can see my stream. But I know audio gets a little jank sometimes, but I'm going to. It sounds decent. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. About to. Oh my god. Just went pa-ting. You guys like that feedback loop? Fucking feedback loop. I think it's using the wrong audio though, so we're gonna pause. I think it's using the wrong mic here. Hold on. There we go. I think the problem was it was using the wrong mic, but I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I think it was using the wrong mic because that seems more. Does it get louder when I'm like this? There's like no delay, so I can't even check. Yeah, it was using the wrong mic. Okay. Cool. Good to know. So, like I said, kind of just chill. I've got some lo-fi playing. I hope it's coming through. We're just gonna be hanging out and painting some Death Guard. Now one of the things about this, oh, I just hit my pop filter. One of the things about this, I paint in disgusting ways. I am not like a seasoned painter. My brushes are kind of shit. I get these from Hobby Lobby for like $4 for a pack of like 10. I don't take care of these because I just buy more. They're like $3 for a pack of like 10 of them. So I they're kind of shit, but I think the results speak for themselves. I like to think I'm a good painter. This was a dude that I did just the other day, actually. He turned out pretty good, and I literally used these two brushes on just this guy, and he turned out, in my personal opinion, pretty damn good. Today you guys get to learn the horror of how I do my bases. My bases are really jank. They are very the basing on these guys is really simple. You can see this guy's he's got some texture on him ready to go. I think tonight I can't decide between either Lord of Poxes, who I've had sitting on my desk since like May, or the Foul Blight Spawn. This guy just got nerfed. He's not quite as good as he used to be, but I don't really care. They're both, I love them. They're disgusting. I don't care, like what's good, what's bad. I've been playing Death Guard, since beginning of 9th-ish, like late-ish, and it was probably mid-ish 9th that I got them. So yeah, they're my Death Guard. Couple other hobbies, or like couple armies that I work on consistently are my orcs. who are over here. So, these guys were some of the first orc models that I ever painted. I painted commandos for Kill Team, because that's how I initially started Warhammer, was Kill Team.
Do it in the streets.
Song sounded like it was doing too much. But I initially started, you know, responding to girlfriend. But yeah, and I'm a bit of a slow painter, I won't lie. It takes me a second to paint out some dudes. But the other thing tonight that I was kind of torn on painting was I've got a squad of Plague Marines sitting over in Nya. They're just off screen, can't quite see them. But I had a squad of Plague Marines that I've got 4 of them painted. And the way I do my Plague Marines is kind of simple. I just do like squads of 10, and I always build them in squads of 10. Just makes my life easy. And then I paint them typically like 2 or 3 at a time. These guys I still need to do the bases on, but I've changed how I paint my Death Guard like 3 or 4 times now. The initial way was Militarum green over Death Guard spray. That was the initial way. But then I just kind of decided, nah, I didn't really want to do that anymore. So I just, I went, for a while I did Skeleton Horde on all my Death Guard over the green, and that looked really good. It made them nice and dirty. The problem that I found was it turned the armor kind of yellow, which I didn't like. I like the gross green, pale green color that I have going. So then I was like, okay, well, let's try something different. So I tried, sorry, it wasn't Skeleton Horde that turned the armor yellow. It turned it more brown color. So I was like, let's try something else. So I tried putting Nasdrag yellow over it, and now this guy turned out like this gross yellow green color, which I really like, but it just doesn't quite hit the color I wanted. So then I was like, well, how does Games Workshop do it? Well, Games Workshop does it via this magical juice right here, Agrex Earthshade. I love this stuff. This stuff's bueno. This stuff's awesome. That is how I ended up with this nice pale green color on all my Death Guard. So my Death Guard is a bunch of different greens, but that's okay because I think it looks cool that way. Because the Death Guard are kind of described, they're not very uniform in their coloring. They're varying colors of greens and yellows and blues and gross. So I didn't really, I'm not upset that my Death Guard are different greens. Like that's really cool to me. But do I want to do Lord of Pox or do I want to do Foul Blight Spawn? I take both of these guys every game because I absolutely love the detachment what is that detachment called? It's my favorite detachment to play, and I'm blanking on the name of it now. Little unfortunate. Man, what is that detachment? Champions of Contagion. Oh, hey, buddy. Hi, Cosmic. How you doing, man? Happy to see you. Hey, buddy. But yeah, so I'm kind of torn between these two on which one to paint. That you did. I'm happy you're here, man. Congrats on being the first chatter. But, yeah. I'm not sure. I think I'm going to go Foul Blight. The one on the right? Okay, yeah. Alright, cool. Yeah, we'll go Foul Blight spawn. We'll get him hooked up here. He's on a 40, so he doesn't like to go on the bit. You bitch. What do you mean you lied? No, I'm painting him now. We're doing Foul Blight spawn now. You biffed it. You lost it. Alright. So, typically with Death Guard, I start with this little guy. Guess I lost this one. Hey, bro, it's good background. It's relaxing. Painting is relaxing. And I'm going to try not to absolutely demolish my Death Guard army that's coming. Oh, fuck. We're good. Everything's fine. Alright. Yeah, so typically, first step, I like to get it out of the way, is all this fucking trim. Thankfully, doesn't seem like this guy has too much trim, so it's not particularly unbearable. But they are Chaos. Chaos Marines have a lot of trim, and that's just kind of the unfortunate norm with them. So, Death Guard, if anyone wants to steal this, for whatever reason, Death Guard is Balthazar Gold for the trim, and we just start there, and hopefully don't water it down too much, which is a habit of mine. But we'll see. I need to get these guys out of the way so I can get my palette where I want it. I have a bunch of Plague Marines off to the side here. Alright. So yeah, just gonna be some Balthazar Gold to get us going. I apologize if I go kind of quiet occasionally. I'm gonna be hyper focused on this fucking trim. Now granted, like I said, trim's not the worst thing in the world to fucking do, but when you've been painting Chaos the entire time you've played Warhammer, here we are. And we're gonna pray that that is not too thin. Yeah, it's a little too thin. Tight. Good start. Yeah, so Death Guard typically is a little nicer on the trim. This guy, unfortunately, he's got it here. He's got it here. He's got it on his face. He's got it all on his shoulder pads. He's got a little on his belly. Some there. A little on his legs. But we'll survive. So I'm just going to go ahead and start booging. Now, my philosophy of painting is very simple. I go messy, I can clean everything up later. I'm not going to sit here and try and get the trim all nice and perfect and beautiful on the go around. Sure, the less fuck ups there are, the less mistakes I have to fix. But it makes my life easier to just kind of do the minion steps rather than worrying about whether or not the trim is exactly perfect the first go around. Because I have plenty of Balthazar Gold. I can clean up all the trim I need to if I need to. Not that bad. This guy actually used to be painted. I bought this guy pre-painted, and I did not like the paint job. So I primed him green, and here we are. Now, another philosophy of mine with painting, though, as well, is the simple fact of if I can't reach it, you probably can't see it. So I'm not gonna bother painting, like, you know, up directly into his ass. Like, there's no point. Who's gonna be looking at it? It's on a table, you're gonna be seeing it from that. It just doesn't matter. That's the fun of it. It just doesn't matter. Where else? I also am gonna paint this like ring on the tank. brass, so hopefully we don't forget that. I'm gonna look up his ass. Good. I mean, if you want to, bro. Like, I guess that's more your problem than mine. Because you're the one that's looking up a Death Guard's ass. You're gonna get shot in the face with liquid dookie. And then what I usually do too is I work from side over. So like in this case we're gonna actually we're gonna do his shoulders first, and then we'll worry about arms. So I guess it's not really to side, it's up, down. So we're gonna do shoulders, belly, because he's got this like arrow on his belly, and then we're gonna do his leg trim. So this shoulder pad, I'm gonna do this brass as well, and then we can color in the skull later with a different color. I don't think I want the skull brass, but we can worry about that later. Boop, boop. Maybe I might leave that skull brass. That actually looks. I like that. That's not bad. We'll see how lazy I am by the time I'm encroaching on the end of this mini. Cause Death Guard, while being personally one of like my favorite things to paint, just because Nurgle's kind of my specialty. I absolutely take forever on these dudes. Like, they just have so many little gribblies, and that can cause Nurgle minis to take kind of a decent amount of time to paint. Yeah, the shoulder trim's looking pretty good. I think we're also gonna try and catch that little plague sensor on his shoulder there with the brass. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And then he's got a plague sensor on his eye. Oh, we gotta get the other side of this right here. Just gotta make sure that is filled in. Yeah, and unfortunately, I'm very Games Workshop coded. I do base coat, then shade, then everything. A lot of people, the way they paint, this is how I painted Magnus the Red, was a lot of people do sections, like I'm gonna finish the helmet and then I'll work on the rest of the mini. I can only do that on big dudes. I cannot do it on little guys like this. And then I think we're also gonna do the other eye brass, and then we're gonna poke it with a bit of Screamer Pink later. That'll give it a nice like outline. And then we have another plague sensor on his respirator here, which is kind of wild. Like, this is a dude that's made out of plague, and he has to wear a respirator. And then we'll do the trim on the respirator. So I'm not trying to be perfect by any means with this, because we can always clean it later. The lore? You want the lore behind this? Okay. Well, Big Man wanted to paint Little Man because Little Man looks fucking cool, and Big Man was fan of undead monsters, and that's how my friends were able to lure me into this. I've been into Warhammer since probably 2015, 2016. When me and my buddy, we were on a road trip, and he was telling me about Warhammer. Basically just kind of explained to me like the basics, like lore and stuff, like what the Emperor was and what the Imperium was. And I had some interest in it. Particularly I like read the books and stuff that were out around the time. Oh, I fucked that up. That's fine. But I didn't really get into the minis or anything quite yet at that point. I was into the lore aspect of it, not so much the minis. I didn't really care for the minis. I thought they were kind of dumb. Because I was like, oh, it's just a little guy. Like, it's kind of lame. Because I was really into, like, action figures and stuff at the time. And then I kind of thought about it, and I was like, oh, but it would be kind of cool to have, like, some of the dudes from the lore that I really like. You know. So then, my other buddy, I don't know if he wants me to say his name on stream, so I'm just gonna not. But my other buddy, he introduced me to the mini. Well, he bought a few of the minis, and I finally saw them in person. And I decided, man, you know what? I kind of like these guys. I will go ahead and pick up a box of them. I don't know what I want to play, though. So I got some Space Marines, just some regular run-of-the-mill Space Marines, and I was planning on doing them as Blood Angels, which are the red dudes. But I never did finish that army. I got it like half built, and then I discovered Death Guard. And I bought a box of Plague Marines for Kill Team. And then while playing Kill Team, I just kind of went, damn, I kind of want a Plague Burst Crawler, which is like it's the main battle tank of the Death Guard, pretty much. It's got a fucking mortar on it. I was like, I want a Plague Burst Crawler. So then I bought a Plague Burst Crawler, and that led to the downhill spiral of owning like 6,000 plus points of Death Guard. Because I love this army. But what didn't help too was the local game store had a guy that sold out of his Death Guard, and they were putting it on the shelf for really cheap, and I bought most of it because it was really cheap. Like, there was like a squad of Plague Marines for like $35. I'm like, I'm not gonna pass that up. That's way too good. And there was also a fully painted Mortarion, who's the Primarch of the Death Guard, basically the faction leader, if you will. So I bought him because I was like, well, he's painted. And at the time, I was scared of painting. Like, I didn't really want to paint. So it was like a whole bunch of pre-painted Death Guard, and I was all in on it. Because I didn't want to fuck up the expensive models. I mean, a box of Plague Marines is $60. Mortarion nowadays, new in box, he's $180. Like, I didn't want to fuck up the expensive models. So I bought them pre-painted, and then did not like the paint job whatsoever because the guy just didn't do any of the detail work on them. He just kind of painted them green and called it good. And I wanted all the gribblies and the trim and all that done, so I started repainting the army, and I got about halfway through that process before I ended up with another 4,000 plus points of Death Guard. So here we are. Current day. Death Guard is my favorite army, and Nurgle, my favorite thing. All because I went, dang, they kind of look like the Scourge from World of Warcraft. And I'm all about my Scourge boys from Wrath of the Lich King. But yeah, and Death Guard are just, they Jimmy my jams. I absolutely love pestilence and plague. I mean, not in real life. I get sick in fucking 2 seconds. It's ridiculous. How bad my immune system sucks. But for painting or playing, oh dude, honestly, I like them both. Initially, I was much more into the playing side of it. Whenever I was getting into it, because I didn't have to worry about painting my army because it was, like 99% pre-painted. Then like a couple dudes. So I never really got into the painting side of it until, I don't know, probably 3 years ago now. I was always just into the playing aspect. I started painting, like I said, because of I didn't like the color scheme on the Death Guard originally. They were a weird, they weren't like this pale green. They were just kind of a almost white green. Like it was like he mixed this green, whatever, like Death Guard green, mixed that with a fuck ton of white. Which is cool. It made this kind of cool palish green, or extremely pale green. But it didn't look good. He just slapped it on, and then he like painted their eyes yellow, and like that was about as much painting as he actually did on the mini. Like this guy, you can see where I resprayed him because I was holding him. But I couldn't stand the lack of detail work. And like even Mortarion, the Primarch that I got pre-painted, he didn't do any detail work on him. He did the wings nice. The base was good. But I ended up repainting Mortarion even because I did not like the way the guy painted him. There was zero detail work, and while I'm not crazy about detail, I like my mini to have more than 2 colors on it. And Death Guard, it's real easy to do that. Just because of the theming of Death Guard being poxes and plagues and stuff. So like, you can do weird psychedelic-ish colors on Death Guard if you really wanted to. To answer the question, anymore, I think I prefer the painting. I'm not the biggest fan of 10th edition. I like it. I'll play it. It's the current edition. But truthfully, I'm not. I like the Death Guard rules for 10th. Death Guard is one of the more unique armies, currently speaking, because our rule isn't just, hey, pick lethal or sustained hits. So we're the debuff army, so we get a bunch of special stuff, which is nice. But I like taking a mini from, like this, where he's just a pale green with some brass trim on him, and I like taking him from this and making him this gnarly, gross dude, like this guy started off, just kind of started off like this. He ended up here. And this is what I'm talking about with like the blues and the greens and gross. So it Death Guard on that aspect too is like just one of the more fun armies to me, because it's not like this guy I get to do a bunch of gross work on, because he's got, you know, this tank, he's got this intestine tube going out to his hose. To the hose. And then like he's got, you know, the blight grenades on his back. He's got a death's head right there, and then he's got a couple blight grenades. But like I've tried painting other armies, like fully. Like I had my Death Guard at one point until I got, you know, another 4,000-ish points of them. Try doing them, and I just the only other army that I found that I love painting, well, there's two armies that I absolutely love painting. I love painting Orcs and Crimson Fists, which are just like loyalist Space Marines. Is that? Oh, that just isn't fully filled in with the brass. I apologize if he goes a little off camera occasionally. I have not painted on camera ever before. This is the first time I'm doing this. Hopefully to become a regular thing. That'd be cool. I consider doing it as a job. With Magic the Gathering, you have people that do altars full time and they charge the cost of card plus hourly wage, X number of hours work. Could be something cool to consider. Yeah, I mean, I've been asked about commission work quite a bit, actually, specifically by Death Guard players from the LGS around here. And I just don't know what to charge for my work. Hey bro, if we are streaming at the same time, let's do the collab thing. Just put me up in the corner. But yeah, no, I've thought about doing it, doing commissions. It's just the thing that I'm really good at painting is specifically like Nurgle stuff, like Death Guard stuff. Like I can elaborate on that here in a second. Let me grab something to show. Where's my boy? There's my fat boy. Like here, we've got this guy that I've done. He still needs a base. He's got a big base and it's a little dusty, so I'll have to clean it off. And he's got his magnetized sword on there. But I bought this guy pre-painted, and I redid him. I didn't like the paint job on him. He just didn't have any detail work completely on him, so I redid him. Yeah, he's a big boy. You can see him next to a Plague Marine. But I love Great Unclean Ones. They're like, this is my favorite model in the entire game, aside from like Mortarion. But I don't know what to charge for this. You know, it'd be cool, you know, if the stream, you know, if the stream worked out where I could just paint for a stream. But you know, gotta start somewhere, obviously. Like I said, I just don't know what to charge for the commission work. My initial idea was price of model plus time, but I don't know what the hourly would be for that, you know. So, but you know, I don't know what to charge for it. I would love to charge for it. The other half of that too is time. Like, you know, Because, like, I feel like a lot of my commission work, if I were to do commission, would be Death Guard, Nurgle stuff. And it's like, I want to have time to paint, you know, I want to paint my Nurgle stuff first. You know, so maybe once my entire army's painted, we'll see what that looks like. Yeah, for sure. Honestly, that's not the worst idea. I do like that idea of, you know, getting paid hourly to do this. Like I said, it just kind of it does take time. Like, you know, this is still step 1, and we're 50 minutes into stream now. Granted, I just started painting probably 20 minutes ago. Something like that. I was still setting some stuff up, getting stuff ready to go. But, you know, am I missing anything on him that I actually truly care about? Like, see, this is what I'm talking about. There's trim in there. But what's the point? He's going to be seen from this angle and, like, this angle. This angle. It just doesn't matter. You know, people put too much pressure on themselves to get every little bit of detail on minis. And, like, yeah, I was talking about detail earlier. But the guy that I bought these from, or that sold these and I ended up buying them, did 0 trim work on the minis. I think that's the brass on the main body done. If I spot it anymore, we'll touch it up later, but we still got the fucking plague sack to do, so, or plague sack, whatever you want to call it. Or the plague tank. So I think what we're gonna do for this, I think I'm gonna do the ring around the tank that kind of stretches back here, and then from there we'll just kind of hit parts that I think would look good brass. Because the step after this is lead belcher. Then we do we dunk this guy in Agrax Earthshade once we're done with all the metallics. Agrax Earthshade is so good. I know the meme is Null Oil, like Null Oil is liquid skill. No. Agrax Earthshade is 100% liquid skill. It is so good. Oh, I'm rambling. My paint's drying up on my palette. I don't have a wet palette. I need to invest in a wet palette. It would make my life so much easier. So we're gonna start here. We're gonna do the ring on the tank, and if we bump the tank, that's fine, because we're gonna paint that black, and then we're gonna do. We'll see if we get to it tonight, but what we're gonna do for the tank is paint it black so it kind of looks empty. And then I'm gonna do like a little. We're gonna get to do some freehand work tonight. We'll see how that works out. Cause my freehand work is kind of jank. But I want to make the tank look like it's like half full or something, you know. So it's got like some neon green or neon yellow plague coming out of it, or in it. And then we'll also probably take some white paint to that later to the cracks of the glass here. Oh, my brush is a little overloaded. That's okay, that's fine. As long as the paint's not too watery, which I'm concerned it is. I have an issue of I tend to over thin paints, especially metallics. Metallics are really easy to over thin, but that's okay. If you over thin it too much, it kind of just turns into a wash and it doesn't do what you want it to do. We'll go ahead and do Looks like he's got like this like spiky thing right here. I think we're gonna do the spike itself silver, then do the length of this brass. Nah. I think I'm just gonna do this whole bit brass. We're gonna be lazy. Which this is a character, and I will tell people all the time, don't go too ham on your normal dudes. Characters, however, go ham on. This is typically a one-off guy. Just boot up Morrowind, gonna play Dark Elf. Fuck yeah, Dark Elves. The best Elder Scrolls race. The Dunmer. I think we talked about it earlier. I am Dunmer. Yeah, I said it right. But I've yet to play Morrowind. I started with Oblivion, and then just haven't gone back. Although I do want to play Morrowind now that I've actually watched gameplay of it. I think I do want to play Morrowind. It's kind of a miracle I haven't, considering my favorite race in Elder Scrolls is the Dark Elves. Or the Dark Elves, whatever. Ugh, we missed part of that. I probably need to reload. There we go. 3 minutes to download. I bet, dude. I bet it only took like 3 minutes. It's probably a tiny game. One's like 20 megabytes. But see, like this little, like the extra little bits of metallic that are kind of ending up streaking. We're gonna fix that before we put Agrax on. Like, it's fine. If it streaks, it streaks. I don't care. 1 gig? Yeah, dude. Yeah, no, 1 gig will download in 2 seconds nowadays. It's kind of wild, considering the fact that whenever I was a kid and my games needed to update and it was like 800 megabytes, I would literally have to leave my computer open at night so it would download overnight. Maybe I was just poor. Maybe I was just poor and had bad internet. Kind of rough sketching the brass onto him. If it goes somewhere else, whoop de fucking do. We have Death Guard Green right in front of us. Jabeefus. There, that's this guy. This is Jabeefus right here. This motherfucker gives a unit fights first. Once per battle now. Once per battle. But hey, man, fights first is still gross. So we take those dubs. Thinking the brass is pretty much maybe not. I still got like that little spot. Hey man, it's not stink, it's scent maxing. Okay, just because I shit my pants and you can't stand the smell of that, because I'm trying to make the game as immersive as possible and you can't handle that, It's not my problem. Okay, it's called a fucking immersion. Ooh. Fuck it up. Making scratch and sniff, yeah, dude. You know it. That's the last step, right? Is going in the bathroom with the model once it's fully done. We go in the bathroom, and I hold it under me, and you just all over him, man. Again. Immersion. See, I like the way you're thinking, man. It's immersion, right? It's making the game as immersive as possible for everyone. Where was I about to hit with brass? That like top bracket thing, or not bracket, whatever this is. This like pump thing on top of the dude. Oops, a little off camera there. There we go. Should be a little better. Again, first time I'm painting on camera, so I'm getting used to keeping the model in a specific spot. Otherwise, this guy would be about 2 inches from my face. Move. So now let's do face cam today. Well, face cam, unfortunately, just kind of isn't a thing with how this set is set up right now. Because this right here is my face cam. I was gonna initially do it where I was gonna use my phone effectively as a second camera, and just multi-stream, but I have no idea what happened to my phone stand. Otherwise, there would be a view of just this, and then, you know, me off to the side, and probably the model like here to my face. But so no face cam today, but the focus is the model really anyway. So otherwise, it would just be some like tubby dude hunched over a Death Guard mini. Doesn't add too much to the stream, I don't think. Do I want to do these arms and stuff as... Hello. Girlfriend got home. So I'm saying hi. Oh, fuck. I forgot the arrow thing on his belly. Didn't see Big Sexy today. Okay, well, hold on. Let me... We'll get Big Sexy on camera. Give me a second. They asked for Big Sexy. I gave them Big Sexy. Look at that. Crotch stream now, boys. There we go. Crotch cam, bro. We'll have to get one of those. We'll get a crotch cam. All the paint dried up on my brush because I was getting the crotch cam. Yeah, normally you do have to pay for that. But I don't have a donate button yet. I don't... There we go. For whatever reason, reason it decided that it's withholding your sexual comment, even though I just gave you crotch cam. I don't care. Got to get to that affiliate status though, and then we can get a donate, and then we can talk more about crotch cams. OnlyFans. Sometime, you know, if I lose my job or whatever, you know, then maybe we'll talk. If the streaming thing doesn't work out, you know, we'll do Papa Circle OnlyFans real quick. There we go. I knew something looked off. I didn't paint the big ass arrow on his belly that's pointing at that luscious face. The only thing with this guy, it's gonna kind of suck, is getting to that. There's like some exposed flesh and stuff in his belly, which granted, you know, been there, done that. But his is just a little smaller. Oh, he's got trim on his feetsies, huh? Not his feces, his feetsies. Feet. Get a close-up shot of them feeders right there. Look at there. I did not see that he had trim on his feetsies. I feel like that's gonna be a trend with this guy. Is like, I think that I'm done painting the trim, and then I'm just not. It's gonna kind of suck, but that'll be okay. Oh man, that's gonna suck to get to. And like it's showing it just enough that like it's gonna bug me if it's not painted. There we go. And this just kind of wasn't fully colored in. Let's go get that blur out deal. Is it talking to you right now? What the hell? Why is the music talking? Shut your fucking mouth. Ew. There we go. Okay. Anyways. So we've got. I think the brass is done now, right? Unless I decide to do something with these brackets here on his sides. It's looking a little rough on that trim. There we go. As wild is at this point, like 90% of the model's done already. That's do I want to make the brace brass? No, we're gonna do that silver. We're gonna do that silver because then we can tarnish it and make it look really gross. Or make it look dirty. There's a secret to that, and that one is, you know, really easy to do. I think we're good on brass. I think we can. Oh no, never mind. I spotted a couple things. Don't worry, we'll get to a second color eventually. But 'tis the way of chaos. I think I'm gonna dot this like hinge with some Do I like that? We're gonna be coloring a lot of these brackets, probably silver, so we can kind of be as messy as we want with the brass on some of this stuff. Did not do the trim on his wrist. There we go. Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. I think. Nope. Damn it. Every time. I'm sitting here like, oh, we can move on to silver. Nope. It's just a couple little things that need to be brass, and then we'll be free from brass. We are just kind of booging right now. Like, this guy has so much going on. This is easily one of my favorite Death Guard characters. That's part of why I haven't painted him yet. Is like I was so anxious on like getting him painted. I was like, oh man, I'm not gonna paint him right. But I think he'll turn out fine. Alrighty. I am going to look at a reference photo really quick, just to make sure that I did get everything brass that I wanted to be brass. So if we consult our handy dandy notebook, an iPhone, we will find out. So here's our reference photo. So I think we're good on the trim. Yeah. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna do that as Screamer Pink, and then we're gonna make it really gross. I did not realize this guy has a Nurgling on his base. This guy did not have a Nurgling on his base when I bought him, and now I'm kind of sad. I love Nurglings. Looks like probably the little extra thingies coming off here are brass, and I do like how that looks. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. So just a little more brass. Play Monday. Doing D&D with that stuff before. Yeah, I mean I should be good Monday. Get to put this guy on the table. Which again, I'm a little sad. He doesn't do fights first anymore. He does it once per battle. But you know, when you consider how powerful the rest of the army is, I get it. Alright, that should be thin enough so we can get this nice and brassy. Some brassy sassy. You know what I would actually love for this model? I would love to put I would love to put Sassy Nurgling on this guy's base. I've got him on Lord Felthius. I might have to check eBay, See if I can get a hold of another sassy nurgling so I can put it on this guy's base. I think he would look really good on this dude's base. Yeah, that looks way better. I'm happy I decided to do that. And this like meter probably just hit it with some brass. If you want to play a drinking game while watching this stream, take a shot every time I say brass or death or plague. You'll be fine. There we go. It is suicide. That's the idea. Using Rune Lord? No. So the color for this is Balthazar Gold. It's a more, I want to say more red gold than it is, or not red. I don't know. I'm colorblind, but it's more. To me, it looks like shiny rust. I don't know if that makes sense, but I think it's technically a little more brown, right? Would that be it? Because I think Rune Lord Brass is a little more. It's a little lighter, I think, right? It's like that's like Zerikin Necron color, right? Dries lighter. Yeah, I want to say that's like Zerikin Dynasty color. Like that's whatever color GW paints their Zerikin dudes as. Okay. And then yeah, this dries into like a more, I almost want to call it like rose gold, right? Rose gold's more red though, I think. But I think Rune Lord looks really, like, Rune Lord's really good. I like it on World Eaters. I think we're free. If we have to do, I said that. There's a whole nozzle right here. Actually, you know what? We'll do that silver. I think that'll look cool. That'll look better silver. All right. We get to move on now. Hey, man. Paint alongside. Do your World Eaters while I'm doing my Death Guard. If I still have my World Eaters, I'd just hand them to you so you can play them on Monday. We could do Death Guard versus World Eaters. Yeah, so next bit is this guy. Lead belt shirt, this is so good. You're fine, you don't have to be super quiet. Yeah, no, this is good. Dude, I feel that. I mean, I've got Death Guard, Orcs, Crimson Fists. Thankfully, right now, I'm Tisming. So I'm mostly just focused on my Death Guard right now. Bro, because you betrayed it for Morrowind, so now it's pissed. That's why it's taking so long. Okay. So I'm thinking work our way. We'll start with the bigger bit here with the shoulder. Now this, like, lead belcher, this is going to look very, very clean when it's done. It's gonna look like a nice, clean silver. But I assure you, we're gonna ruin it. 13 gigabyte download. Oh, that's fucking rough. Hate that. Okay, so now, but yeah, I assure you, we will ruin how shiny this nice silver is. It's interest. Yeah, that sounds like some interest. That's an unfortunate interest rate, but all right. Oop. Wow, that's a detail I never noticed on this model. That tentacle is pulling the pin on the blight grenade. I like that. Downloading Space Marine 2. Yeah, dude, I was full no-lifing Space Marine 2 here like a week or two ago. I decided I wanted the Death Watch armor. So it was just full on no-lifing. I think probably the brackets. Yeah, we'll do the brackets now. Then we'll worry about his face. But the brackets are kind of a bigger part of this guy. Like I said, this is gonna be a nice, pretty silver, but we're Death Guard. Things don't stay nice and pretty forever. Yeah, I'm just gonna paint over the brass if I can help it. I'm gonna try not to paint over the brassy bits, but that's what my pinky's for, and we wipe it away. Problem with these brackets that's gonna suck is getting every angle on them, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Oh god, I so desperately need a wet palette. Silver's drying up real quick on my palette. It's not like they're even that expensive. I'm just lazy and haven't bought one. Yep, there's more on the back. Fuck, I gotta get between there. There we go. Beautiful. Maybe. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if it hits that silver part, or if it hits this like bit that's holding it, that's fine, because that's gonna be silver too. So we're chilling. We're good. Is that nice and... There we go. Oh, the magic poster? Yeah. Hell yeah. I bet you spent a good chunk of tonight cleaning it, dude. It was infinitely dusty. And just because I know I'm going to forget, I'm going to do the chain on his belt here. Which honestly I should probably save for after I do the purple. Just in case I hit the belt, but it's the paint is an additive thing. We can clean it. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. Oh my god, this song's annoying. Oh, I hit a button. There we go. I accidentally hit the button. We're good. I need more silver. There we go. See that screen? I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, no, dude, I hit the wrong button. Yeah, I can show you how. It's real simple. It's just some hotkeys on Streamlabs. I have three things. I've got me. We've got stream starting soon. And then we've got this for when I'm playing games and there's a face cam. It's really useful. Especially if it's like, damn, I gotta pee, bro. I'm just hitting this. And then we're out. But, thankfully I've still got my stuff from, whenever I used to stream WoW. I think that bracket's good. Now for the other one. I saw the problem with painting Death Guard is I can't tell what's armor and what's Grizzlies. I'm gonna paint that a little bit silver because that'll bounce off the light, kind of nice. Honestly, the song that's playing now, I think after this stream, I'm gonna save it as like a stream starting song or something. I absolutely love this song. You know what? While we got it, I'm gonna do the skull silver. So the rest of the symbol is brass, but I like the silver skull on there. Some Iron Warrior-ish vibes. We're gonna do this bit silver. There we go. Inevitably, I'm gonna go back into that and touch that up with some red, so it'll have a nice little pressure meter right there. Cool. All right, we're looking good. So now, the tube, not the tube, the nozzle itself is gonna be the silver, and that's because I'm gonna make this silver disgusting later. It's gonna be cool. This part, I don't really care if the silver gets on his hand because I'm still gonna go back and touch up the green once all of the metallics are done. So if the metallics bump anything, it's fine. That's just kind of the entire mindset here, is like fix it later. Okay. I'm thinking the pump probably. So we'll do silver here, kind of leading down into the and once this is shaded too, it'll get rid of any like harsh lines that we have. So that'll be nice. Plus too, if I bump the brass with the silver, hey man, that's just battle damage. On the guys that can totally take battle damage. Little bit silver. I kind of think I'm going to do this arrow right here, silver. I like it brass, but I kind of want to differentiate between this and the stripe running down his back. Alright, and then this like long pump thing here. Silver, and I don't know what color to do the handles of the blight grenades. I think I'm just gonna do them black. We're just gonna take the easy route on that one and do them black. So we'll go ahead and this thing. I'm not entirely sure what's what on this thing, so I'm just going to kind of do the whole thing silver, and if I want to change anything on it later, we can just do that. Plus right now I can hit anything over here that wasn't hit. Alright, now time for the thing holding up the pump. Oh, I hit the thing with silver, that's fine. That's looking pretty good. Pretty spiffy. on this side. And then the booty. Typically, you're supposed to do 2 thin coats. But if I can get away with 1 coat, I do. Cool. I think his respirator is supposed to be silver, or like can be silver. I mean, it can kind of be whatever color I want, but yeah, I think that'll look pretty good silver. I'm also realizing that I think what I should have done. I think we're gonna go back to the brass in a sec, because I think I'm gonna make this collar brass. I think that'll look pretty good. But like these cables and stuff on the side of his respirator are gonna be lead belcher. And then we're gonna gunk them up and make them really gross once we get all the metallics and stuff done. Realistically, this is actually good progress. Okay, so side, so like the tube right there. I'm gonna do that lead belcher. This little tube here leading into the sensor. Do that little bit silver there too. He's still on. Okay, I was like, he's still in the shot, right? We're gonna do. Yeah, there we go. And then looks like there's like a little chunk of metal down here. Do I want his respirator to be same color as his helmet? I think I'm kind of okay with that, because once it's shaded, it'll look nice. I like the Plague Doctor look that he's got going right now. I don't think the blight grenades need anything from this. I know as soon as I put the lead belcher away, I'm gonna go, oh wait. Oh, because you know what? This thing right here. There we go. Oh, and he's got like a little dangly thing off his belly belt. Okay. So he's got a grenade pin right here. So he keeps the pins from his blight grenades apparently. This dude is covered in grenades. I don't know if maybe like maybe an earlier edition he had like some kind of grenade rule or something, but he's got a death head, 2 grenades dangling from his thing. He's got a death head on his crotch, and then he's holding a blight grenade. I don't know, because I feel like the grenades guy's the putrefier, but I don't know. I think we're good to go ahead and drown him in Agrax Urshade. Not quite. Bloop. I'm not kidding. I mean, I'm gonna drown this motherfucker in Agrax Urshade. Oh hell yeah, Skyrim's done. Get the top of that. God. These Hobby Lobby brushes are so nice in the sense of I don't have to take care of them because they are $3 for a pack of 10. But they also die really quick. What's better than this than spending $80 on a brush and fucking up that brush? I need to get back to Hobby Lobby here soon, actually, because my brushes are starting to go a little bad. Okay. So I think probably good to drown him in the Earthshade. So for this, I do make that boy good mix, and I take like a bigger brush like this, just get it a little wet. This is a little wet, so it's wet enough to suck up some paint. There we go. But now, when I say I'm going to load it up, so now we load the Agrax, and we are going to drown this dude in Agrax. And it's going to tie the silver, the brass, all that into his armor. And it's going to look real nice. And just make him dirty. So, yeah, just throw it on there wherever you want to start. Let's start with the head. It's going to look a little gnarly for a second. But then once I start pushing it around, and I forgot to do the thing. I was going to make that press. Okay, we're not quite ready for Agrax Urshade. I meant to do the collar brass before I started doing that. So his head is dirty. Cool. Shouldn't need to thin that too much. A little out of shot, but yeah, no, I'm just doing the collar, this armor piece, brass. I think that'll look good. Kind of give him like a hooded look, almost. Yeah, man, I gotta get to it. Once I start doing Horse Heresy again. I started painting these guys because Saturnine made me want to go back to my regular Death Guard. Because I was like, ugh, I want all the mutations. But Saturnine wise, I got a bit of it built, but nothing crazy. I did do a little bit of customization on it. Like the Saturnine Praetor. I flipped the axe. So he's kind of in a I'm about to run at you pose. But I wanted the axe up because right now he's kind of emulating. I don't have one on my desk, but right now he's kind of emulating a Lord of Contagion. And I just thought that looked really cool. Then we've got like Mark II Centurion. This guy's pretty dang close to a man, now I'm blanking. Plague Champion. He looks really similar to, like, you can kind of see where he kind of devolved, or I guess evolved into this with the Mark II. Someone doing a Nurgle Land Raider, making very much a body refractor. I haven't seen the Land Raider. No, I've seen the rhinos on like Etsy and stuff, like the 3D prints. I kind of want to get one, even though I have 4 rhinos, but can never have enough rhinos with Chaos Space Marines. Okay, so now we're ready for Agrax Earthshade to answer your question about the Argonian, you kill everyone. That's what you do. You don't like nobody. Not, like you just murder everyone, right? Okay, now we drown him in Agrax Earthshade. Cool thing with this too is the shading might actually touch up where we bumped stuff with these with the metallics themselves. Like that. Like you can kind of see where I fucked up on the collar, but it just kind of disappears underneath the Agrax. So it works out. It's really not me coping with the fact that I forgot to touch up the green, but that's okay. If I need to touch up green and shade it later, we can do that. I think in this case, with you being an Argonian, probably the Imperials, right? You probably join the Imperials, just in general, because I mean the Stormcloaks are just a bunch of racists, anyways. So like, it never feels good siding with the Stormcloaks unless you're a Nord, and even then, depends how progressive a Nord you are. We got body, that arm. Do the nozzle of this thing. But yeah, see how quick that just makes that gross? And that's not even like the full extent of the grossness I'm going to put on it. So I do this shoulder pad. The spikes, and the spikes I'm gonna like overload with shade, because what it's gonna do is it's gonna pull at the bottom of the spikes, so it's gonna make them look like really gross. Yeah, nah, dude, Agrax Earthshade is like I said earlier, like Null Oil's the meme for like liquid skill. Nah, it's Agrax. Like, oh, I'm so glad that I discovered Agrax. Granted, I discovered it a little too late, considering most of my Death Guard's painted with the Skeleton Horde recipe that I was doing for a long time. but I'm a-okay with different greens in the Death Guard, because like they aren't a coherent green in general anyways. Death Guard can be purple, they can be fucking blue, they can be whatever. It just depends on the plague that they carry or what plague company they're part of. In this case, these guys are technically the generic colors, but they are also the correct colors to be Lords of Silence, and that's kind of what I imagine mine are. Mine are Lords of Silence. Which means I still need a kit batch of Vorks, so I can have a proper Chaos Lord. Or, I guess he'd probably be a Lord of Boxes, right? Because Death Guard lost Chaos Lords. What you said? Yeah, no, I agree. Null Oil's like great for like Space Marines, Eldar, stuff like that, just to add like definition to the unit. But then, like, you know, you got Death Guard with like this nice silver, and then you make it nasty with the Earthshade. And we drown in Earthshade. It's so good on Death Guard. Looking for something else to put on music wise. I think I'm just gonna restart Children of the Omnissiah. It's copyright free, it's video game music. I say that, watch the string get muted. Cover the silver thingy. We'll put it on the blight grenades, but the blight grenades are probably going to get covered up with different colors. I mean, they are going to get covered up with different colors. That's kind of... Ooh, voice crack. Get on that side. Need it on the bracket thingy. Pump. Put on the pump. The goal right now is just getting rid of any bright green that's on the model. By making it nasty. And if it ends up streaky and stuff, that's even better, because I like the idea that my Death Guard are marching through a rain of sludge and stuff. The Deluge of Nurgle. I'll put some in here, and that will fill it in. So now it actually looks pretty good. So on this side of the tank, the other thing with Agrax Earthshade on Death Guard is Death Guard has a lot of like pock marks on their armor, like these little things, and Agrax fills those. So you don't have to go in and do it yourself. It's just nice. Headphone warning. think he's nice and filthy. Nope. There's a little bit on the back of his leg. There we go. There we go. Nice and filthy. Probably gonna put a little bit more to outline the brass on his feet. Just kind of make the feet like a little darker than the rest. Just adds kind of a little bit of a shadow to it. In all her lizard glory. Oh, nope. I missed the silver bit up here. I don't think I missed it necessarily. I don't think I put enough on it. Okay. And honestly, technically he's battle ready now. You could stop here. But we don't do that in this house. Just getting rid of some of the bright green nooks and crannies. That. I think I'm going to do another layer essentially of the Agrax on this silver thing back here because it is pumping plague. So we're going to make the pumps and stuff on him extra nasty. Same with the nozzle here. I'm going to make it a little extra gross. It's going to turn it a little brassy, but that's okay. What I'm going to do now is take my fingy. I'm just going to swipe it, and that should give me some highlight-ish stuff. But what I'm going to do later is I'm going to put Nastreg yellow over the some of the silver stuff, and that should make it a little, or it makes it actually pretty damn gross. If you put or Nastreg yellow over silver, it looks so nasty. This is what it looks like if you put Adrax, or not Adrax, Nastreg yellow over silver. Just kind of makes it almost green. It's bad. It's gross. Oh hey, these two have the these two have the same shoulder pad. Anyway. I think the next step is probably Black Legion. Once the Agrax is dry on the tank. No, actually, next step's Screamer Pink. Screamer Pink's gonna go on all the squishy bits. Specifically this like tubey thing. But I'm kind of hungry, so I'm going to pause here. This is not the end of the stream, but I'm going to pause so I can eat really quick, and then we'll come back and do some squishies, but that might be about as far as we get tonight on this guy. Do some squishies, do the tank. That's going to be just we're going to do that black, so then I can do some glass effects or something on it, maybe. Probably like a white or something. There's a tentacle coming off of him, so we got to do that. We got to paint his tabard purple. But I'm going to go eat something. So we're gonna pause. I came back to the buffet comment. I was also muted, so that was cool. How's the audio? The music's not like crazy loud over the audio, is it? I turned it up for a little bit while I was gone. Or I turned it up a little bit, but hopefully it's not drowning me out. Cool. Okay. Hashtag not my streamer. Bro, I'm already getting canceled though. Fuck. Day one. Day one. Not cool. Not cool, you guys. Not cool. Not cool at all. Alright. Where were we? We just did the Agrax. We drowned him. And look at the difference. It is so good. Agrax Earthshade is so good. Yeah, so next bit. Oh. Next bit is going to be the squishies. Squishies are 2 pains. Space Marine is at a good old 19%. Man, it sounds like you're going to be here all stream. It's at 19%. I don't know if we're going to finish this guy tonight, but I'm going to certainly try. We have squishies to do. We have the Plague. Well, yeah, I appreciate it. We got the Barf. We got the Plague to do. We have a little squishy bit right there in his belly. The grenades, because again he's covered in grenades. We're gonna paint this pump black, and then do the tank. I think the tank is gonna take a second because we get to freehand that just a little bit. We get to pick some colors for that too. It's probably gonna be neon green with some yellow bubbles. Make it real nice. Are you good? Girlfriend got an ouchie. But Plague, grenades. Still gotta do his little tabard thingy on, or his dick cover, whatever you want to call that. His spume cover, I guess. So gotta do that. Which actually, before we go too ham on the squishies, I think we're gonna do the spume cover. So for that, we've got Phoenician purple, and then we've got Druchii violet. So, or Druchii? I don't know. This is a Sigmar name. It's something jank, but this used to be Nagaroth Knight, but honestly, I thought Nagaroth Knight was just a little too dark, so I went Phoenician purple, and it's turned out a lot better. So we'll go ahead and do that. I'll set that to the side for now. Set that there for now. And we're gonna need this boy. Yo, guy. And where else are we gonna need me to be in the correct spot like I was last time? That's light shade. That's funnier than it should be. Let's do camp. Oh god. Let's not do another accidental crotch cam. You're about to get another accidental crotch cam, I think. Maybe? No, we're good. Hell yeah. Tight. Alright. Did I shake this? I don't know if I don't remember if I shook this or not. We're gonna shake it again just in case. Because my short-term memory does not work. Ooh. But this purple is literally just for his dick. Well, not his dick, but I mean, it's not a Slanesh model. Could be. Depends what you're into, I guess. Yeah, this is literally just for this little dinky cover thing right here. We're gonna hope to God that I don't hit the silver, because if I hit the silver, then I'll be sad. Because I already shaded the silver. I think I hit the silver. No, I didn't. Not yet. We're good. Man, this is comparatively to like the rest of the cloth covers, like this is so small. Because it's mostly chain. Oh, I did not even see that there's like a flap right here of it. A little flip. Glad I saw that. I would have been a bit sad if I didn't notice. Because I would have noticed it after I was done painting. And just been mad about it the rest of the day. Or the night, I guess. What time is it? Oh, I can't even see the time. Oh, it's 9:42. It's fine. I don't work till later tomorrow anyway. A bit of the brass got it earlier, but we can cover that right up. There we go. Nice and purple. Technically, that's supposed to be Screamer Pink, but because these are Lords of Silence, it's purple. And I think that is the only purple on him. So now we can move on to some squishies. So now the squishies. Or no, I lied. We still gotta shade the purple. So we need jerky. You guys want some paint shake ASMR? I don't even know if it'll catch it. I don't think my mic's even catching it. Alright. This will open it up so we can do some highlights later on the purple. Which honestly though, the purple's like under him. So if light is like here, it just really won't matter. If we highlight the purple later, it's not going to do a whole lot for it. However, this Druki is going to get in the little nooks and stuff in the cloth. And just kind of pull it together. So that'll be nice. Nice and purty. That's it. Now it's purple. Now we can do some squishies. So the way I do squishies is Screamer Pink. This color is almost offensively pink. It's not quite as offensive as Emperor's Children, but this is a really good highlight color for this. So But we'll get here eventually. But for now, we're gonna focus on getting this gross. This plus some Magos purple. It's really nice. On like intestines and stuff, it looks really good. You could also do for squishy stuff. You could do Rakarth flesh with Magos purple mixed with some Gilliman flesh. That looks really gross. And then you just take some straight Magos purple, put it on like the end of the tentacle or like at the beginning of the tentacle, or whatever gross thing you're trying to make look nasty, and it looks good. But for our purposes, we need this for this right now. I don't think we need it on anywhere else of part of it. Oh, there's a tentacle coming out of him right here. That's pulling the grenade. So we'll put that on probably on the tentacles, like this little intestine tentacle thing that's going on right here, and then the tentacle that's coming off and pulling the pin on that blight grenade. Personally, if it were up to me, I would make the focus of this guy his plague sprayer. I like that he's throwing a grenade. It's kind of a cool idea. But if it were up to me, he would be two-handing this plague sprayer. But, that's just me. Just go ahead and get the screw and pink on there. Screw and pink is also really opaque. So it tends to go on in like literally a coat. It's really intense of a color. Which is very nice for lazy shits like me that don't want to do two coats. This is thinned, and it's covering it that well. The GW paint job of this, they painted black, which like cool, you know, like I mean it is just kind of a tube that's running out of the pipe or running out of the tank. But I don't know, I love making stuff on Death Guard organic in nature. Like it makes them look so much creepier. Like, cause the GW one of this is like, yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, there's a tube filled with the spew. But if you paint that shit intestine pink, now it's not just a tube. Now it's entrails that this plague is flowing through and getting more disgusting as it flows through. Yeah, exactly. It's like they just. Either like this guy just pulled his intestine out and just threw it on the pack, or like he yanked like a loyalist's intestine out and just went, yeah, no, this would be cool. Because like even some of the lore behind these guys is these guys are like Death Guard are cruel. Like they're not nice guys. No Traitor Legion is. Really no Space Marines are, except for like Salamanders and like Crimson Fists. But the Death Guard, within the Death Guard, Foul Blight Spawns are considered unusually cruel. They are truly evil Death Guard members. they like to experiment on people. Because this tank in the back, they're constantly throwing stuff in it to try and make like a perfect plague. These guys are, when they're not in combat, they are plague brewers. And the thing with the blight spawns is they are considered gross even by Nurgle standards. Like, they're unusually cruel. On top of that, other Death Guard members are repulsed by them. They are that gross that, sure, they embody sacred rot to a T. But their plagues and their presence can make even other Death Guard members like cough. Which, granted, that's not a lot, but you managed to make a member of the Death Guard gag. And that's why their ability is fights first, because they are that gross. That's also why their Plague Sprayer is -2 AP, 2 damage. Looks like it's a bit of slime trailing from the skull, so we'll just cover that and boom. Did he try to jump over the thing? But yeah, Blightspawn, they're horrifying. That's why I love these guys. But if you're gonna get, murdered by a member of the Death Guard, you'd much rather it be literally anyone else. Because this guy is going to take your body parts and throw them in that tank. And you might still be alive. You don't care. In fact, a living specimen might just be what he needs, Like, it's so creepy. But so good. Yeah, see, like that's gnarly. Plus, then it gives a little more color to the model, too, so it's not just these, greens and bronze and silvers and stuff, or brass and silvers. It makes it... Oh, I bumped it! That's fine. That's a good spot for a highlight, anyway. But, yeah, it adds another color to the... what would be considered, like, kind of a Blanchian palette of just drab colors. Probably can do a bit of this on the death heads. Let's do like some like in the hole, the neck hole. Not going too crazy with it, but there we go. I think that about does it on that. Oh, there's a little bit on the bottom. This color's so opaque. I love it. Then we got the little arm tube. Do I want to do that tentacle pink, or do I want to do it kind of like a weird fleshy tone? We'll do the tentacle a different color. I think that gets us done with Screamer Pink here in just a sec. Oop, a little off camera, but that's okay. Alrighty. I think we're good to apply the Magos Purple. And the Magos Purple, what it's going to do is it's going to kind of bruise the pink. For the Magos Purple, I'm going to use my big brush. Apparently it was extremely dry. There we go. Do a little shake. Alright. This we're just going to basically drown the tentacle or the intestine thing in it. This will kind of be like what the Druchii Violet did, where it made it more poppy, I guess. It's also going to change the colors on it. It's going to be like spotty pink, purple. So it just kind of adds a little bit of bruising to it. You can also use this on the death head. Cool. We'll go ahead and do it on the arm tentacle. There we go. Nice and nasty. I also just remembered something. We are not done with Screamer Pink because that is the lens color on his helmet. Or should I give this guy like a glowing green eye instead? Because he's like made of plague. I don't know. Should I do the regular like red visor, which is like the like pink visor-ish? It'll focus. There we go. Or do I have the example guy with me nearby? Or do I do like this with the green eyes? I'm torn. I like both. I don't know. I like both ideas. I think I'm gonna do the pink eye first. Haha, pink eye. And then if I end up not liking it, I'm gonna do the green eye. Very delicately. Okay, I apologize. I'm gonna have to hold him off screen for a sec so I can get his eye. There we go. Literal pink eye. Now we're gonna screen pink. You can't see. Yeah, I know. So I'll try to find a little something better for background. Maybe. We'll find something. There we go. Oh, I hit the button again. There we go. For some reason, it thinks... I don't know why it thinks that that's the... It thinks... It's got the wrong hotkey on it. Because what it actually is my numpad enter is the key to switch the screen, but I guess it just doesn't care. Yeah, so where were we? Now we can do... I'm kind of thinking the little grenades that are all around him, because that'll get us started on... Actually, let's do the black really quick. So, we're gonna do the pump thing black, and then we're gonna do the tank black. So I need Black Legion. So this, if you ever need to paint black, for the love of God, get Black Legion or Black Templar. These paints are so good. So good. Do I ever plan on having a consistent stream schedule? I would like to. It's just kind of, right now it's kind of, hey, I'm painting my death guard, I'll live stream it, why not? Preferably, yes. I would like to eventually have a schedule. I would just have to work it in with real life scheduling, and, you know, so I still have time to play the game. And hang out with people. But I would love to just do this. Honestly, this is... I'm having a lot more fun. I was telling the girlfriend earlier that I have a lot more fun. I'm having a lot more fun streaming this than I was games. One, I'm not worried about my frames dropping, but two, this is just relaxing, man. This is chilling. I just get to paint, listen to music, talk to people. But Black Legion, oh my god, just look at it. It's so good. And like, it's going on very thin right now. which is what I want, because that's going to give me some self-doing highlights pretty much that are slightly green, which is good. There we go. That it paints on so quick too. Now for kind of the hard part, because this is rounded. Like this tank part rounds out, so it's definitely possible to overload this. So kind of gotta be careful so I don't accidentally fill in the cracks with too much paint. Boom. There we go. It's a bound book for sale right now. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why not? Where they putting it? Probably could do the handles in this color, but I think we're gonna do the handles with a little bit of a different color on the grenades. I think I'm gonna do those snakebite leather, which is kind of a gross brown color. I say gross. Over white, it's a nice leather color, but over this green, it's kind of this putrid yellow-brown. See, nice drag. We'll worry about that one later. Snake bite. Yeah, this color, really good for like weapon handles and stuff. Probably gonna need to use the little one. Just stop playing stuff. What happened? Alright. Alrighty. So now I put this over the handles of the plague bombs. And got the one's on his back. So I was like, I'm like, what am I looking for? I need the handles right here. Open the crank on his belly. Oh, I see an intestine that I forgot, or a tube that I forgot to paint. I forgot about his titty. We'll make that the... no, I kind of want it to be the Screamer pink. Don't need a whole lot for that, but just enough to glide across the armor, hopefully without hitting the armor. There we go. I guess unfortunately if I hit the armor, this turns into a whole debacle where I have to clean up the armor with green and then reshade it, and I'm lazy. I don't want to do all that. There we go. Nice pink titty on the Death Guard guy. Alrighty. So now that we've got that stuff painted in, now we need to do this tentacle, the skulls and stuff around him, and then the probably a little bit of freehanding on the tank for some plague stuffs. I'm gonna have to figure out what I'm probably gonna do is I'm gonna draw a line in white and then fill it in and then go over it with like a bright green, but we'll get there. For the time being, I think do the bombs on his booty. So time to refer back to our reference thing because I don't know where the bomb starts and where the head begins. Alright, so it looks like the one is just like, it's just like a skull. Like a partial skull. So we can just do them in skull colors. And that should be fine. This one will be Rakarth. But, yeah. Alright. Cool. So, for bone... Bone, we can do a couple of things. We can either do Korax White with Skeleton Horde or Aggro Exorciate over it, or we can go Morghast Bone. But I think I've had more luck with Korax. Plus, while we have the Korax out, we can map out our Plague on the tank. So, grab Korax. Pray to God that this is the good pot that I bought recently. Yes, it is. Have I painted Lord of Poxes yet? No, I haven't. He is right here. Depending on if we finish this guy tonight, this guy is probably going to be the next stream because I do want to get this guy painted. It's between him and some, like a squad of Plague Marines or something for the next bit. But he's primed. He's ready to go. I just gotta paint him. He's really cool though. Like, I love him. The big ass plague sword. And he's kind of got like the same thing going as the Foul Blight spawn. the big like tank. Apparently this is like hooked to his lungs, as you can see like on the front. It's hooked to his lungs, and this just bellows out the plagues he's brewing in him. My only complaint about him is I don't really care for this thing. The little like toothy maw thing on his face. I kind of would have just preferred if he had just like a gas mask on, kind of like this guy. But it's such a tiny complaint that I don't care. Yeah, no, he's really good. I love him. I love this entire army. That's there's a reason I've got 6,000 plus points of it. So go ahead and yeah. But putting the Corax White on the skulls and stuff too will let me do it on this plaguey thing. Which actually, before I forget, let's go ahead and do that there really quick. There is a method to the madness here, I promise. The Corax White is also a white paint that actually goes on pretty opaque. It's really nice. It's the first white paint that I've owned that doesn't make me want to lose my shit. I'm trying to use it. Yeah. I think Death Guard, aside from like regular Space Marines, I think Death Guard is like one of the most cohesive armies. Like once they're fully painted, like they just look really good together because there's so many different colors. Kind of. And stuff like as much as I love my Crimson Fists, when I put them all together, there's kind of a blob of blue with some red here and there. But also, I like Death Guard is just such a well-rounded army too, because we've got like our little fast attack guys, we've got drones, we've got the big tanks with our plague burst crawlers, we've got our character. Death Guard's really character heavy. I mean that's why we have a detachment dedicated solely to characters, and I wish so badly that they would take that and do it for the other Chaos Legions. Like, where are World Eater Terminators aside? I mean, yeah, 8-round, whatever. Where's the Red Butchers? Where's the Berserker Surgeons? Or like Emperor's Children. Where's the Sonic Dreadnought? Where's Terminators with Blastmasters? Like, there's just so much that they could do for the other Chaos Legions, and like, I'm happy that Death Guard's so well treated. I mean, we got kind of smacked in the face earlier this edition, but Death Guard's in a really good place, both model wise and rules wise. And it would be so nice to see that for the other legions. But you have 8-bound. Yeah, exactly. Like, no. I mean, shit, Death Guard has 2 Terminator variants. Why can't there be 8-bound and Red Butchers? Like, Death Guard, we got 2 Terminators, we got a ton of characters, we got vehicles, we got, and like Emperor's Children, they got an elite unit, they got a melee unit, and then they got regular legionaries. Yes, nerf Typhus. I wholly agree. Typhus being still only 80 points is kind of insane. Granted, now they're comparing him to the new problem child that is the Lord of Contagion. The Lord of Contagion is, I think, 120 points, something like that, and he gives the unit sustained. So now they have what used to cost us a command point for Sanguis Flux. They just have with the Lord of Contagion, but They also get Lance. And Death Shroud themselves can deep strike outside of 6 as long as you're in contagion range instead of 9. Now, granted, they can't do that in they can't use God, what is that strat that lets you deep strike early? Rapid Ingress. They can't use it for Rapid Ingress because it does say in your movement. But still, being able to deep strike outside of 6 with Lance, pretty good. I don't need a Rapid Ingress when I can drop 6 from your face. Yeah, no, I agree. I think if Death Guard's going to stay as cohesive as it is, I think that's part of it too. Death Guard, all of our data sheets they synergize really well together. Like Plague Marines, right? Plague Marines, they shoot, and if you get hit by them, that unit becomes afflicted. Well, Death Shroud, to deep strike outside of 6, need the unit afflicted. Well, if they're not in contagion range, you just shoot Plague Marines at the thing, and now they're technically in your contagion. So now you can deep strike outside of 6 with your Death Shroud. Now, granted, you have to wait, because, again, Death Shroud's say in your movement phase, but still. But Death Guard, yeah, no, I think if they're going to leave Death Guard as synergistic as it is, I think Death Guard needs points increases. Specifically, I think Death Shroud needs a points increase. Typhus needs an increase. Plague Marines are probably fine where they're at. You don't want a basic troop to cost too much. Definitely the Blight Drone with the heavy Blight Launcher, that needs a points increase. Lord of Virulence needs an increase. Yeah, there's a lot that could definitely use with points that could use a points increase in Death Guard. Which I'm fine. Make Death Guard Chaos Custodes. Like, I'll take that. That means we don't die. What I won't be happy about is if I end up with like an army-wide 4-up invuln, because as much as I love my invulnerable saves, I don't like living and dying on a coin flip. I hit the brass just a little bit, but what the fuck? Dumbass cat. He's never done that before. But yeah, I would not be opposed to Death Guard being like elite infantry. I mean, because Death Guard's already super infantry heavy anyway, and that's just how they are in the lore too, is they are the infantry legion. So that's kind of ironic too, that Death Guard are the infantry legion, but we got the most vehicle options out of the dedicated Chaos God legions, the cult legions. It's a bit ironic. Might need to thin this white just a little more, but once the contrast colors are on it, it'll look fine. But I probably should. I think it's starting to dry up a little bit. Thin it just a touch. That's better. What's wild is right now Death Guard aren't even the most oppressive army. That's that goes to Chaos Knights. After everyone was full doom and gloom mode with Chaos Knights, people were like, "Oh my God, they're the worst. They're gonna be the worst army ever." Blah 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 blah. And now they are currently the most oppressive army in the game. I did not see there was a little spike on that skull, but that's okay. Try to be really careful not to hit the intestines. Yeah, then it's Death Guard. Death Guard are still definitely a problem, considering one of the most recent super majors. Oh, we bumped the fucking thing a little bit. That's oh no, that's the slime anyway. That's coming off the thing, so that's gonna get painted green or yellow or something. But most of the players that placed high at that tournament, I think like top 10, were Death Guard. Not all, but most. Like Death Guard are nasty right now. Like I want to be like super happy about it, but I play casual. I don't want my army to be super oppressive. I'm just trying to, you know, spume on you. Yeah, 6 of 10 were Death Guard. That's what it was. Top 10 players, 6 of them were Death Guard. And a good chunk of the player base were Death Guard. It was Death Guard, Chaos Knights, Chaos Space Marines, but that was the guy that was cheating. Because he had a Hellbrute in his list. Well, he had a Hellbrute that wasn't actually in his list. Because there's apparently some kind of like kooky combo right now in Chaos Marines with the Hellbrutes. I don't know anything about it. I haven't played my Night Lords in a little while. Well, Black Legion, but they're mostly Night Lords. More Chaos trim. Alright. That white looks a little gunky, but it'll be fine. Once like I said, once the contrast paint's on there, it'll look good. So now, what I'm thinking is I'm going to draw out... Gotta get my brush nice and pointy for this. I'm gonna draw like a little wavy line on this tank. Actually, you know what? Do I have a better brush for this? Because this brush is kind of ass. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna draw like a wavy line in white, and then fill in the rest with white, so that we can make this like a glowing green. But I need a pointy brush. Something like that. Beautiful. Beautiful. So now, I don't think I've ever used this brush. It's a good first use. Take some of this white here. And now I'm going to sketch. This could go great, this could go really bad. There we go. Now we just fill it in. Oh man, where was this brush whenever I was painting my Night Lords? This is great for like sketching. This would have been great for the lightning. could probably swap to a better brush now, or a bigger brush. So we're gonna save this guy, because this guy's good. And like in total, it was probably like 25 cents at Hobby Lobby. So now we can swap to the other brush that I was using, and now we can fill in the white a little better. He found Bounbo. Whoa! Is that too runny? Oh, that's way too runny. There we go. That's much better. Hey, how's that Space Marine download going? Yes. It was at 19. Is that before I went on break? Before I took a break? I think it was at 19. Or it was like right after I came back. It was at 19. 26%. 26. Oh, that looks really good. I'm happy with that. Now we're going to fill the cracked glass with some white. So actually I'm going to grab that sketch brush again. 25 and it was at 19, like a bit before you ate food. Yeah. Damn. I was 1% off. Fuck. So now we're going to use this to sketch on just kind of the broken bits around. Honestly, I probably should use a gray for this instead of a white, but that's okay. And then I'm going to put we're going to put a white dot over here for lighting. I'm watching the stream while down there, but I don't care. That's a pal. Put a little white dot there for light, but it doesn't really look like light. It's okay. The broken glass streaks could be a little better. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna paint back over them with black here once we get done with the plague. So now that we have basically everything ready for contrast, we can do. We're actually really close to being done. We just have to now. We have to do green grossness for the plague, and then do the death heads and the grenade. So we're gonna get the bone out of the way. The bone. So we're gonna get the bone out of the way. I'm gonna grab this. This is way too fucking. No, this is actually the brush I need. So we need. Do I want to do Agrax or do I want to do Skeleton? I feel like Agrax or Shade just looks better than Skeleton Horde half the time. We're gonna do Agrax or Shade. Oh, the music stopped. Oops. He's really close to being done, honestly. I didn't think I was gonna finish this guy tonight, but I think I'm just gonna go and finish him because I think he'll be done. Yeah. So for the skulls and stuff, is that a skull or is it? Yeah, that's a skull. So we're just gonna Agrax him up. I don't know. Do I like the Agrax skulls more? Honestly, I can't decide. Nah. But I'm gonna go back to Skeleton Horde for that. I think I prefer it for the grenade skulls. The Skeleton Horde is kind of like a brownish, but it's like got a tinge of green to it, I think. I don't know. It kind of looks like dirt. Yeah, no, Skeleton Horde's probably the way to go here. That's pulling up a little too much. There we go. There we go. All right. Now for the fleshy Gribblies, these guys are really simple. It's Gilliman Flesh and Magus Purple. Magus Purple just kind of makes them look dead, which is the goal. So don't need Black Legion anymore. Honestly, what I probably should have done instead of white, I should have base coated these guys Rakarth Flesh. But the Gilliman Flesh or the Magus Purple and the Gilliman Flesh will just make it the right color. If I can find my Gilliman Flesh. There it is. So I want to say I do Gilliman Flesh first, but I'm just going to crack both of these because we're going to need both of them anyway. Take our Gilliman, put it over that. Apply it to just like random bits too. It looks good. Cool. I forgot to do the snake bite leather on the other side of that grenade. That's fine. We'll get back to it. And now while that's still wet, now we take the Magus Purple. Just kind of throw it over the Gilliman Flesh. It's a little importante that the Gilliman Flesh is a little still, just a little wet still. So it just kind of blends it like that. Like that's like Gilliman Fleshy and that's Magus Purpley. That's good. And then we've got the other half of the skull face on this grenade. I'm just gonna do Gilliman. And then just a little bit of Magus Purple. Oh, it's still wet. That's kind of pulling a little too much, so I'm just gonna give it the suck. Most of that Blight Grenade is flesh still, so it's the same thing. There we go. And then over top the squishy gribbly, before I forget to, we're gonna do some Raycon Flesh Shade Gloss. So I'm going to go ahead and do that really quick before I forget. This stuff, I don't even know if they sell this stuff anymore. I hope they do, because when I run out, it's going to be a really sad day. This stuff dries extremely glossy. I mean, it's in the name. But it's what I use on, like, the pox marks and stuff. And, like, it makes it ridiculously shiny. I love it. So it makes it look wet. So we're going to coat anything squishy with this gloss. Plus this adds another level of ew to the intestine thing, because now it's got a slight tinge of flesh tone to it. Not you know, nothing crazy. It's not gonna turn it into a fleshy color, but now it's just got that kind of gross fleshy tinge. I'm also gonna kind of put this on the tube because it'll make it wet looking. Then I'm also gonna put it in this like crack here, because now when that dries, it's gonna look gross. Wet. Does seem like that was supposed to be kind of a fleshy color, but that's alright. Because once that dries, it's gonna look like wet flesh. And on his titty intestine. Make it wet. Watch it drip. There we go. He's basically done. We have the plague to do on him, and then some touch-ups here and there. Oh, I forgot about that tentacle. Damn it. Alrighty. So we're gonna pull out Rakarth flesh for this. Drown it in Dr. Pepper. I forgot about the tentacle pulling the thing. I was like, what is that shiny piece? Like, the shiny bit. Why is it silver? Rakarth flesh is such a disgusting paint. I've never had a pot of Rakarth flesh that's not kind of a little chunky, but it's fine. So, where's the pin at? I just want to make sure that I'm not hitting the pin. Okay. It's not framed, right? He's infused with the power of a couple. Drown it in Dr. Pepper. So the Rakarth flesh, this was the original base coat that I wanted to do for the fleshy stuff. It's just a little warmer of a tone. Than the white, but the white worked out just fine anyway, because now those gribblies pop. They go. We're also, once we're done with all this stuff, then we can pull out like Ogre and Camo and stuff and start doing highlights. Because again, this is a character. You want to go all in on characters. This is a 1, maybe a 2 of in your army. You might as well go ham on him. And I'm live streaming it, so he's got to look real good. There we go. I just need the front of the tentacle. So Record Flesh is really thin. Like it doesn't really need a whole lot of thinning out of the pot, but this will be an opportunity to show you what I was talking about with the doing Gilliman Flesh, Magus Purple, and then hitting the beginning of the tentacle with another round of like Magus Purple or Volupus Pink. There we go. Alright, that should be the only other fleshy bit on him aside from this thing, but we just filled that with gloss paint and it's gonna look good. Alright, so while that Rakkath Flesh dries, honestly it should only take like 2 seconds to dry, so we'll just give it a second. We'll just stay focused on this tentacle for now. Boof. Should be dry. This paint dries really quick. If it's not fully dry, that's actually kind of, it's almost a benefit. But we're gonna do Gilman first, and honestly, probably some Volupus Pink. So let's do the Gilman Flesh first. Then we're gonna do that wet blending thing again. Cool. Get it around the pin. To open Volupus. Magus Purple. While that Gilman Flesh is still wet, I'm gonna hit it with the purple. Now, well, both those colors are still wet. Grab this Volupus. Put this up in, like up in here. I'll give us a nice gradient from purple to slightly lighter purple to fleshy. Tentacles too, you can kind of just do whatever you want. It's one of my favorite parts about painting Death Road is just doing whatever I want with the tentacles. Just try to make them gross. There we go. Alright, so now for the plague. We have a couple options here. I usually go kind of green with the plague, like kind of like a glowy green. But I do also have... The thing we're going to do is we're going to do green. I'm going to polka dot it with white. And we'll go over with like a yellow to create like bubbles in the plague. With that knowledge in mind, I'm thinking plague bearer flesh for the green. Because this is a nice like gross green. Striking Scorpion is just a little too bright. Kind of a cartoony green. Well, not really cartoony, but it's bright. It's like phase weaponry bright. So I think we're gonna go plague bearer flesh. We're gonna need a little brush for this. We do not want to lose control of this green, otherwise we might fuck up the cool effect we have going right now. Oh, this brush might not be holding enough green, though. That might be unfortunate. We might have to go for a little bigger brush. I'm not happy about it, but that brush does not hold enough paint. Okay, I'm just going to drag this across the tank and hope for the best. Oops. There we go. And then now we're just going to take a bunch of this and just drench the thingy. There we go. Once this dries, I think I'm going to do another layer of the green on that. Then we can polka dot it with white, and then we can put some bubbles in there. But I'm just waiting for it to dry. Dang. Yeah, we're definitely gonna hit the 4-hour mark with this stream, but that's okay. Okay. So we're gonna do it again. We're just gonna take this green and just gonna drag across. I'm trying to get to pool in the bottom. There we go. Earthquaking. There we go. Pretty good. Alright. While waiting for that to dry, so we can polka dot it with white and then hit it with another color, we're going to grab Nasdrag Yellow. This is going to go over the silver parts of him. This is going to make those silver bits disgusting. Don't want to do too much because it'll discolor it completely, but enough to make it nasty. Probably do some Nasdrag in the wound. Just kind of discolor some of the silver. Take your finger and run it across that, and it'll keep it. It's gonna discolor it, but then it doesn't, you know, it's not gonna make it too discolored. On the blight grenades, can probably take some of this and put it over the eyes. Go. Nasty. Okay. So now that we have Nasdrag out, I'm going to take white again. Hopefully not knock over the Nasdrag, that'd be a little unfortunate. I'm going to polka dot the plague vat. We're going to polka dot with those white dots with Nasdrag Yellow. It does not have to be perfect because a little bit of color variation in the plague is going to make it look better. It's just this will brighten the dots themselves within the vat. There we go. And probably take some of this and put it like up top where the plague's coming out. some on the nozzle. There we go. That looks pretty good. I'm actually really proud of that. It turned out a little better than I thought it would. I hit this part with some Nas drag too. Don't want to go too ham on the Nas drag on the plague thing, but honestly, guys, this guy, he's basically done. I think I'm going to cover a couple of those streaks with maybe a blue. Would that work better for broken glass? Maybe. Until I fully figure it out, I think I'm just gonna black it out, and then I'm gonna leave the dot for some reflection. Maybe I could just refine these lines. There we go. It's fine. We'll leave the dot in the corner for it's glass. I just realized there's some plague spewing out of it at the bottom. We can go ahead and paint that Nas drag. Or plague bear. Just do plague bear. This we're gonna just coat the plague that's leaking out with it. Oh, I got up in the thing. It's fine. So we're gonna just kind of do this here. And then take some Nasdrag. Kind of just mix them. A seeping plague. All right. Well, now we can do some highlights. Gonna need Emperor's Children and some Ogren camo. Or not Ogren camo, actually, just regular Death Guard green because we darkened it down so much earlier with the Agrax. So this probably shouldn't need too much. Ooh, a little out of frame. Just gonna kind of hit his brow. I like his belly. Ah, it's too fat. Rip. Too fat of a highlight. Don't want that chunky of a highlight. And could use this like on the areas around the crack in his armor. There we go. I want to do something on his tank, but the tank is so rounded that it's really hard to highlight it. I think I'm only gonna do just a couple of those basic highlights like that. Go ahead and throw one like right here on his helmet. Like this edge of his armor. There we go. Nothing crazy. Then some Emperor's Children on the plague. On the plague? Not the plague. The gross part. Just like kind of just where the light's hitting him right now. So that edge. Ooh, no, I don't like that. Never mind. It's not thick enough. So it's just kind of rubbing on, and it doesn't look very good. It's just kind of turning into a weird sausage roll. There we go. Yeah, honestly, I don't really think the intestine thing needs highlights. I was gonna go fancy schmancy, but it's kind of just fucking it up. So I'm gonna opt not to do it. However, now we do need to go back over those spots with Screamer Pink. Or would Volupus cover it, maybe? Oh, Volupus helps tenfold. There we go. We'll just cover it with some Volupus. The Volupus blended it in. That's just kind of a nice highlight right there now. So, we'll take that. Alright. Well, just gotta base him and this guy's done. So the basing process is really stupid for my Death Guard. This base already has texture on it, so I don't have to apply any texture paste or anything to it. But what we are going to do is we're going to take a big brush, and then we're going to grab Baletan Green and Nurgle's Rot. That's not Nurgle Rot. Do I want to experiment with his base? I'm kind of thinking I might put some mud on this side of it, and then make the other side Nurgly grossness. So he's like stepping out of it. So let's go and do that. We'll try that. Alright, man. You have a good night. Yeah, he's basically done, so just gotta base him. We'll just miss the basing section. Right, man. Have a good night. But I feel like a Blight Spawn would look good on just the straight Nurgle base. Making cheese. Yeah, I'm gonna make another sandwich once I'm done here. But before basing, there's the final results. Once the camera focuses. I'm really happy with that, especially considering it's my first time painting on camera. He took 4 hours to paint, but, you know, that's besides the point. Man, do I want to try the mud on part of the base and then the gross Nurgle stuff on the other part? So I just got a bison. But I can't decide. Do I want to do the mud? And then the Nurgle gross? Or just stick to just Nurgle gross? I think I'm gonna do the mud. Alright, so extra step on the basing. We're gonna do mud. Ew. Yummers. Gross. Got such a love-hate relationship with this mud stuff. Make that section where it turns into Nurgle. So this part is really simple. It's just Bale Tan Green and some Nurgle Rot mixed together. Kind of popped off camera for a sec because I'm trying to get the basing stuff where it needs to go. Then we load up on Nurgle Rot, and then we're gonna give him a rim, a base rim, and then he's done. This paint's really nasty. I love this paint. Just load it up on the base, yeah. Go. Now we just give him a... Oh, I almost forgot. This goes on the spewer. Just gotta give it a little more gloss. And then we're probably gonna go over the plague thing with the gloss paint really quick. So I'm going to take, where's our gloss? There it is. I'm gonna take this, put it over the tank so it makes it shiny. Go. Okay. So now we just base him or put a rim on him and he's done. I touched the flesh shade on accident. Oops. There we go. Black Legion is our base color. Where's our rim color? And we are done. It's a foul blight spawn, painted, and I never have to paint one again. Alright, that's what I'm going to call it. Base rim is wet, but there we go. Nice and grody. I get to play this guy on Monday. Hell yeah. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Alright. We got a Foul Blight Spawn painted in, I think, a little under 4 hours, because there was, the stream was starting for a little bit. I was working out some technicals and stuff. But little under 4 hours for him, which, honestly, for a character, that's not bad. Yeah, it was like 3.5-ish. Which, again, on a character, not terrible, especially one that was as trim intensive as this guy was. But we can go for a ride. Bong. Let's see if it'll focus. Nah, it's not gonna focus. There it goes. But I'm actually super proud of this guy. I thought he would turn out all right. He turned out a lot better than I thought he was gonna. Oh, and now the webcam does not want to go back where it's supposed to. I shouldn't have taken it down. It was perfect. No. Oh well. Stream's about to end anyway, so I can mess with it before next stream. So speaking of next stream, I think next stream is probably going to be Lord of Poxes? Oh my god. What happened? What happened? You were running so well. You were placed so perfectly. Now it's just not. There we go. So I think next time I stream, it's either gonna be some Plague Marines, or we're gonna try and get this guy painted. This guy's gonna be a bit of a bastard, but I don't think he's gonna be as intensive as this guy. This guy's just a lot of cloth, so it's gonna be a lot of purple. Lots of purple on this guy. But yeah, that's gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna go eat more food and then pass out because I got work in the morning. Bye.